half a day, and heck yeah. How's the camera? Good, awesome. I'm late because I was stuffing my face of pizza, you know, the lunch of champions. Anyway, last we left off, we were in the middle of day 2 on the final episode of this game. And we're like, we're gonna stop here, because I had to go do stuff. Autopsy.
Objection!
Oh, excuse me. Also, if you hear outside noise, it's because the window's open, because finally, it's like fall or winter or whatever. The cold is coming, and it's quite nice. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss supreme. I'm sorry, what? I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy reports that death was due to a loss of blood from 1 stab wound. You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hug. He's my hero, really. Emma, calm down. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood. When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Hello, wondrous woman named Nina Mapleton. How art thou this day? Hello, Lewis Heckian. Thou art good. I don't think we'll finish it today, but we're going to try. I doubt it, because I see a lot of playthroughs, and they're usually like 7.5 hours. So I'm going to see if I can be sneaky tomorrow and just finish it up and then end stream, like a really, really short stream. But for now, we get as far as we can today. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. We're gonna save. Now! Give me a save. Give me a save. Just wanna, like, make sure everything's good. Wait. Hold on, where's her red muffler nonsense? Got a grudge. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Excuse me. I don't think I even need to press you on this. Parking lot floor plans. I guess this, because I'm like, I don't see a red muffler.
Objection!
Miss Star, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? Damn, even Edgeworth is like, oh. The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you proved it yourself with this photograph. Oh, I thought she meant like a car muffler. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Oh, damn. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. Sorry, taking off socks. It's getting hot. What is my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really. Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and are apprehending the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. You know, that part. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Dun 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 dun. Alright, apprehend the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. It's getting toasty. Oh my god. Yeah. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Arr. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Hard to imagine. Dude, those things are heavy. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. A leopard woman. Okay. Grab my drink. Oh, sorry. There's no music when you were here. There. Tempted to run behind a partition. Let's do some pressing. So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. What did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. That seems yours. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Yes, because how did you get across the fence? I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The lunch lady car was way the fudge over here. She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes? Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing, the cough up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. Yeah, like, maybe she, like, ran and, like, jumped off that car. So how did Miss Skye not get away? Unless you were waiting. Unless you committed the murder. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. Hold it! She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but does someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... Yeah, let's ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. I thought you said she used a payphone. Ultimately. My memory is like a salmon heading upstream, you see. What? No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall, but how did she know? Apparently, it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. On a cell phone update in the court record, the word muffler was overheard during a call. Muffler? I saw it all, how she tried to phone the wall, but had to use her cell instead. Yeah. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. How do you know? So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? Caught this lady in a lie. But against Angel Star, resistance is futile. Do I have something I can use to present that? I guess. Hold on. Can I use the map? Can I use the map? Is the map okay to use? Hold on.
Objection!
I'm checking because if we want to get this lunchbox achievement, we have to purposely lose health. So, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You, who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in block B block, you couldn't have seen it. Not the lunchboxes. Order? What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies.
Objection!
That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counter-attack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... Gonna save here just in case I mess up. Okay. I'm supposed to say... Let's see. Right, we did that. Okay. She saw... What she saw? The order of events? Where she saw it? Hold on. What she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Sky using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. And then you ordered the patooey on rice, right? Yo, hok tui. I thought you had something there. Ugh. One more try. Alright. You haven't learned your lesson, have you? Tell us exactly what lie. And then purposely selecting the wrong answer next is where she saw it, right? Oh no. Order of events is the next one. Purposely losing health. She lied about the order of events. This guy used the emergency before the murder. I see. I hadn't thought of that. That took the wind out of her sails. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating a victory, but why would anyone use the emergency phone before the murder? Huh? Just when you think he can't sink any lower, he amazes us. I applaud you, Mr. Wright. You ordered the orange peel lunchbox, right? What are these lunchboxes? I guess that teaches me to not get excited before the evidence. One more try. All right. Now we select the correct answer. And it's where she saw it. So she was in the security booth. Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask you a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Starr witnessed the crime was here. The security room. Just checking so I don't lose health. Yes, I am right.
Take that!
This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Order, order, witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. Wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands.
Objection!
It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Okay. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Angle of view, distance to the crime, difference in light. I would say distance to the crime, because maybe she stabbed him. Distance to the crime? Distance to the crime. Changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
Objection!
My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plan and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. Not what she could see, what she could do. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Yeah. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Hello, Russell. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? You? Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? Squid wheels? They look like rubber bands. I'd eat it. If it's squid, not rubber bands. The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. Okay, I think it is rubber bands. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend? He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And then he ran out. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Okay. Okay. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point. 4 of them. And the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. She's bribing him with caviar. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Raise an objection.
Objection!
5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank? Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Did I just call the judge a criminal? Well, then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. So, I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Is she holding it? Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Whoa, a triple decker! Out of defense to the witness determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Deference, sorry. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? Don't know, but we should save. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Why would you not start with this? Why would you not start with this? What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Miss Starr, the witness who keeps pulling decisive evidence out of her... Hold on. Because I mean, it's ours, but you know... It's just like, and in this lunchbox I have more evidence. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said, prosecutors suck. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. When? Did I mention that I'm sneaky and clever? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. Oh, we got 3 now. Okay, so we have forensics, cop, security. Okay, we got 5. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. White enamel shoe bear traces of blood from both of them. Okay. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. We're gonna just press on everything. Decisive evidence. Should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results. How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it? But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. I think of worse. Let's just get this over with. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe.
Hold it!
You found this shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe is my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next.
Hold it!
So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective, and she's got 3 boyfriends in the forensic department. Fixing my shirt. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB, positive, negative. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's a very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. Hold on, they just admitted that they didn't do a DNA test. They tested the blood and they're like, there's 2 types. One belongs to the victim, one could belong to her. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. No, it doesn't. She just said she didn't get a DNA test. She's like, it's probably her. I was afraid he was gonna say that. Shoe proves its flawless, decisive evidence. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Oh, it's fish guts. I thought it was like fancy Vienna sausages. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? Problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There's a problem, right? Yes. If I'm not imagining things, I say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'll give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? How many lunchboxes does she have? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is the contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. I mean, looks like he stepped in it. Oh, it's not gonna highlight? Is that it? It's just he stepped in it?
Take that!
I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense, the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly contradict about blood on the bottom of his shoe? Muffler. Is it the cell phone? Point out the flaw in a piece of evidence or picture. Never highlights. Okay. I was like, wondering why it wasn't highlighted. Maybe... Hold on. Well, and she would have blood on her shoes, but there's no, like, blood pile or anything, but, you know, there's blood on her coat. I think it's this.
Take that!
Oh. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe.
Objection!
This picture only shows parts of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Oh, well, witness? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. It's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Oh, are you gonna accidentally help me again? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about the apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rah. Talking to someone named Bikini. That's an interesting character name, or maybe it's like Baikai, you know? Say it like in a non-American accent. But good luck! Good luck on your ace attorneying, detective-ness. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. I'm just good at finding contradictions. At least Phoenix is self-conscious. He is self-conscious or self-aware? No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that... I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. What? Man, they're really like... That ties up things quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Please test it for DNA. You just said you didn't. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty. Erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Little girl, what did you just say? Uh-oh. Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Ooh, another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
Objection!
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the coffin queen. Look at this. A photograph. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. She's got all this very decisive evidence. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait, look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Oh no. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the very beginning, and it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. There's something in the muffler, though. Maybe she was telling somebody to, like, check the muffler? I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Miss Star, so many lunchboxes, so many pieces of evidence prepared for everything, but where the fudge does she keep it all? You know, she did say she had that basket that holds them, so I imagine she just has them there, and maybe, like, the evidence is in a lunchbox. Get yourself up off the asphalt, take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. Thanks, Mia. This is the last piece of evidence. Let me just take my little sippies. Very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Not so fast, Judge.
Objection!
Yeah. They're like, God damn it. You ain't getting away that fast. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Nah. Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right? Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Well, Mr. Wright, show the court the problem in this photograph. Muffler, right? Yes.
Take that!
The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle. Wait, is muffler a real thing for a scarf? I thought it was just only a car part. Hold on. A muffler, which is North American and Australian English, or a silencer, which is British English, is a device for reducing the noise emitted by the exhaust of an internal combustion engine. Oh, okay. But hold on. Muffler scarf? Yeah. Does muffler mean scarf? A scarf is made from a smooth, silk-like material and can be worn around the neck or draped in an attractive manner. A muffler is made from wool or a warm material and is wrapped around the neck to keep the person warm in the winter. I had no idea. I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there is evidence sticking out of the muffler? That means there's evidence. What does that have to do with this case? Absolutely nothing. Excuse me, where's my her cell phone? Ace Attorney teaching you stuff. I mean, almost every game teaches me stuff. Especially when they use English words. In fact, you already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler case is related. 'Cause she said muffler. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ah, yeah. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. She good? Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any questions unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Whew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Bro, I'm still hungry. Alright, let's go check out. Yes, please save. So hopefully this means, like, my health comes back. So that way if I have to do a whole, like, purposely get it wrong thing, it'll be okay. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is to return this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That had to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen there last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you get enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the cheap prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? Marshall, my beloved. I mean, hello, sir. He can be your beloved. He is an interesting character. I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it, too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? She probably put it in there. In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken? Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? Let's go to the car. If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! He's wonderful. Was I able to go to the car? I hope I was able to go to the car. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me? Knock knock? Who's there? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. I like his eyes and glasses. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Apparently he's a furnace. Ah, it's you. Oh, hey. Sorry I'm late. Udgy? The roads were packed, it's just me? Udgy? Udgy? Oh no, he's hot! Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Huh? Oh, Judge, Udgy. Oh, no, I've been so busy. Busy schmizzy, Udgy. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. I'm sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? Oh, that's all, Russell. You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? That's Gumshoe's boss? Wow, okay. Hello there, police officer. Oh no. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Damon Gant? Pleased to meet you, everyone. I rescind. He's police. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. Do cops not investigate all the evidence? Or like he's just playing with his hair. Oh, Little Worthy's car. On with Little Worthy's car, no less. Eyeball. Got all misty-eyed. Oh? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? That's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Objection!
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Let's have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. What? You're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This sounds like they're tampering with evidence. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. That is pretty suspicious. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. It's not me, it's the game. It's broken. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? I think he got stabbed with this. But then, why would someone take out this knife and then put a different knife in him? Well, it's Edgeworth's knife, so maybe if they're trying to frame him. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I'd like to hear an explanation for the chief of police himself. Terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police? And this knife? Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. You're right, Lewis. There's a lot of pieces of evidence. Just ridiculous amount. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Okay. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Aji. We haven't exactly announced yet. Do you not know what this case is about, Judge?
Objection!
Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. And you've yet to get everything. Oh, boy. Order? Anyway. We at the department are all flustered, as you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Yeah. The line where he's like, this knife doesn't connect it. And it's like, excuse me. Can't say how here. Between this knife and Goodman. I mean, we know Goodman was there.
Objection!
Wait a second. At last, an honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha, an honest to goodness. What do you mean from Aji? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. 67S122. What's this? 6 minus 7S122. Alright, Gant's just having a great time. Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside down? The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn around and what do you get? I didn't even think of that. I was just thinking like, oh, the paper proves he's there. This is better. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that's written on this knife's tag. Order. Well, Chief. Well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? Oh, what game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Time to start pressing, because that was like the only super thing I could find. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. What else would it be, buddy? It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Yeah. That was a bad day? Yeah, time to press on everything. Previously, we had DL6 shenanigans, now prepare for the SL9 debacle. Something happened at the police department, too. You got a good look in your eyes there, right, oh my boy? Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, something, blah, blah, blah. I clicked too fast. No matter, I understand you were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Somebody was murdered. At the police department. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Ooh. Where the victim was found. How the victim was killed. Well, he was found at the police station. Died. I'm assuming he also got stabbed. How? With a knife? Oh, gosh, sorry, I keep yawning. I have not been going to bed at a good time. I've been going to bed at like 8 and then waking up at 11:45, so excuse me while I chug more caffeine. I don't know. Let's go for it. Actually, hold on. Save. There we go. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. What? But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. What? The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Okay. Oh, what? There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy. Happy, we just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Do I need to present the knife? Do I present the knife? Or do I press first? I guess we should... Oh. Chief? The defense position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Huh? You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the file's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. That is pretty suspicious. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. Oh no, he's hot. Get away from me. A-cab. You two make a good pair. Took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Wait, 2 days? Wait, when did the murder happen? Okay. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information? Unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? Press on him again. If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, you know, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, oops, sorry, doggy. Knocked my dog off. What if... Hold on, because we have Goodman's ID. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is... Is it Goodman's number? What? What? Okay, hold on. So Goodman was murdered at the police station, and that's what they were freaking out about. But supposedly, at the exact same time, across town, he was also being stabbed to death. What the what? What? Huh? Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2... I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim is at the police department. This tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning... it has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? I don't know. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Tells me this.
Take that!
Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. Oh. The police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places. 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh? Is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842-189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I forgot it. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of the police gave us was 5842-189. Wait a second, Wright. What is this? Mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as a tack, Righto, sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a detective, Bruce Goodman, was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. Are the twins?
Objection!
That's impossible. So what you're saying is the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? Believe me, it's wild. Order.
Objection!
No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Buddy. Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Oh. Or didn't you hear me? Uh-oh. The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins. Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? The little squirrely man in the office. Damn, we just set him up. We are setting him up. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premise? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. His hand is cut, which is why I think maybe he did some, like, murdering, stabbing. But I guess we'll find out. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Challenged? In any case, this is a serious error. Gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. Oh, I was hoping it would be me saying, like, objection. You could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... Oh. Damn. Crafty. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in the court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. It's just no. All right. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Man, he's not having a great time. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. Right? Edgeworth is just getting a good scolding. I will grant one further day at the prosecution, as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Seeing if anybody responded to my request. Save, save, save. We're doing very good. Save, save, save. Okay, we're on investigation now of day 2. Okay. All right, what do we got here? Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. You were... Okay, well... I was like, you were there with me. Let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. God, she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's gonna be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. I love her. She is a silly Billy, and she's great. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. No? There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Well, science Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? Well, I guess we could check if there was ever water in there. The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Guess we could check that. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student? Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Yeah, like if there is blood, you could, find it. Huh? What's that grin for? Situation calls for one thing, and that is luminal testing fluid. Luminal? Blood is sticky stuff, You can't just wash it away with a little water. You really can't. You gotta, chemicals and stuff. Bleach. Bleach is your friend, but it's very noticeable. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Those are good words to live by. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Hey, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Amazing. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. Oh, gotta move my spray. Aggressively spraying. Emma the smart and wholesome cutie patootie. That she be. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. There's, not a lot of blood. So is this a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Also, I just noticed I'm blocking her face. My bad, I didn't realize I was blocking her face this whole time. But... First time seeing real blood? Emma. You're what, 16? You're 17? Gonna let that marinate and let the people think about it for a second. Which is why I never understand why they portray, femme characters as being blood. And it's you know what happens every month, right? What? Yeah, I was you sure it's the first time you've seen real blood? Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount. Could be, or maybe she's already on, a birth control substance to just mediate it. Though, depending on what kind she is on, she could still have a light month. What is it? When I was taking medicine for me, it's you still, you don't have a full cycle, but you have a little small baby cycle. But still, you're technically tricking your body to be I'm pregnant, and that's why I don't need a period, because I'm pregnant. And, that's why there's so many side effects to birth control, because you're tricking your body. But, science, it's great. I would say, I believe there is, because I think when I was in college, it's also called stress. I know stress can get rid of it completely. And, depression and not eating. I know that gets rid of it completely. But not a recommended way. Horrible. Because you're just man. Every time you go to the doctors, they're when was the last time of the Red River? And you're I don't know. And they're oh, you on birth control? It's no, I honestly can't remember because it's been so long because I've just been stressed for so long that my body's you know what? You got enough going on. How about we don't do that? We don't do that. You got enough going on. Which, didn't know the human body could do that. But that's fun. But I want to say there is, because I know there's medicine that you take orally, and then there's the thing you put in your arm, or underarm area, and then there's the other device that goes... So, I believe there is something that can stop it completely. Stress and depression have so many positive side effects, one of them being no more period. But it's not good, because then, that's your body being like, hey, I can't do the thing I'm supposed to do. You might want to get that looked at. Let's ask the interwebs. Ow, is there a birth control that completely eliminates period? DMPA injection, or Depo-Provera. It is a form of long-term birth control and also reduces or eliminates monthly bleeding. So it's like, while no birth control method completely eliminates a period for everyone, some options like the contraceptive implant, Depo-Provera injection, which is a birth control shot, and certain hormonal IUDs can significantly reduce or completely stop a period for many users, depending on their individual response to the hormones involved. However, it's important to consult a healthcare provider to determine the best method for you, as individual experiences may vary. It is true, like some medicine, zip, gone. Other medicine, I'm just, I just have more emotions, but I'm still, and then, you got the, fun third option where it's like, oh, fun emotions and only half of the time? So yeah, it depends what you take and how your body reacts. Always consult a professional. Don't trust anything off the internet. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been, more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna mark the floor plans where we find a blood stain. What's this? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah. Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Who let you buy this? From one very proud-looking Emma Sky. These are the conversations I love. I learned stuff. Despite how I talk like this, they're still commonly seen as taboo. What? Why? Half of the planet deals with this. If for some reason half of the planet dealt with something, I'd be like, I would like to know more about them. So, I could make sure I take care of my friends or my loved ones correctly. Because if it's something they have to deal with every month, and then the whole world is like, haha, sucks to be you, haha, that's not a fun time. I would want to be supportive. I was like, we learn together. We can't be sure the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Yeah, and basically 100% of the planet has to poop, yet that is also seen as disgusting and taboo to openly talk about. I think it depends on what the topic is surrounding it. Like, family dinner. Maybe don't be like, hey guys, pulls out a bag. Can you inspect this with me? Probably not the best time, but sometimes you have to discuss that with your healthcare professional. Also, I guess it's not really taboo, but I'm like, when would it come up in conversation besides I guess when you're living with your partner, be like, oh no, my tummy's upset. Oh no, XYZ information of my insides, something. I don't know. But I'm like, yeah, if you want to talk about it, I guess talk about it. Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. You! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Is your deli box full of blood? Miss Star! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. It looks good. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright, let's give her a chitty chat. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see? I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry, I still don't trust her. Alright, get home safe. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand? That's unforgivable. Oh. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. What's important? Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. She's got a point. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. But Goodman died, so this is okay. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. And is that why she's the coughed up queen? They confessed. They blabbered like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. Isn't that what this case is about? Wait, she doesn't mean... Hold on. Hold on. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident? It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. That's right, they said they were having like a big transfer of evidence day. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Okay. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Okay, we showed her that. And if I show her the knife, it's probably gonna be like the same thing. But let's talk about this. We don't see his foot hang out. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. Your line was the problem. Yeah. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again. Okay? Just like that time. Ooh, that time. I wonder if she's talking about... That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? The prosecutors. 2 years ago was the biggest case I've ever handled. Goodman? Marshall? Her? Some mystery fourth person. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? I like her hat. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Oh my god. Fix my seat. Executed. Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. Pew pew. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred, so he was probably innocent then. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be Marshall? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, clever. He hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie? What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. Oh my god, that looks delicious. Please. I think I need a bento box. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch receipt from Miss Star. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Is he at the police station? Let's go to the police station to find Marshall. He's here. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Guard station. Here's the guard station. Okay. Are those different? He's got the pants with the frills. I like his cowboy hat on the cactus. My only concern is if he takes it off, are there going to be, cactus barbs in there when he puts it on? Also, that's a lot of booze. Texas, and he's got a lasso by the elevator. So the decor in this place, it's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. I'm sure it seems that way. Oh, what's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. You can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if there's a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. It's probably our guy. Well, he's not here, so. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe! Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Don't be mean to Detective Gumshoe. How dare you, Emma? Give him the Salisbury steak lunchbox. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've got our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean you heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? Yeah, we heard about it, but it didn't make sense. Yeah, they're like, we caught the perpetrator. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak pronto. Sitting around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. I mean, he's got a point. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Alright, I guess we'll go see who committed the second murder. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation's off to a running start. It's not Marshall, is it? Hold on, how do I get to the detention center? Maybe I go criminal? Wow, everything looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Alright, now can I go to... Now we can go to detention center. I just had to get out of there. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Supposedly both of them. I guess they did. Best to not go down too far this road right now. Things will just get confusing. What the fudge was that? What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Meekins! I mean, I did think it was you because of your bandaged hand, but Meekins! Wait, I know who you are. Yeah, he's adorable little Meekins man. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a lost little lamb. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Question, if he's in detention, why is he still allowed his blowhard? Alright, buddy. Okay, why are we shouting? I can hear you just fine. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. Yeah. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room. Solid logic, I like it. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. What the heck is this guy doing? I don't know, man. So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out, that's a lot of colors, and then I came to, I was here, in the detention center. Wait, that's a long time. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky, but different hand, but yeah. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecution's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Scott just away with things. I don't mean to pry, but you are the propriety, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. This has to hurt, because, like, you bandaged your hand. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive, and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir, so I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. You didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, he doesn't know, does he? Don't you think you should just confess? There was nothing I could do. Wait, the detective hollered at you and you were unconscious? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, all alone. What disappeared? After you stabbed him? I was gushing blood from my hand. That's some story. I don't know if I really have anything to present to him at the moment. Guess we'll go talk to them. No? I am using assistance. This must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. Detective killed in the evidence room. Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything! Someone's getting a demotion. Okay. What? Reason for arrest. Oh. I forgot something. I am supposed to do something with Meekins. My bad, Meekins. Let's just make sure. Right? Like, this is who you saw. Right? Because he doesn't know anybody. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey. That's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? That's the guy? My head was a blank until this very moment. I remember. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Okay, and then... Oh, crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. I entered and asked the man to show me his card. Sounds pretty much by the book. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? He pointed a knife at me. I'm gonna go with twins. I'm gonna go with twins. So I whooped him and leapt at him. Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Okay. Are you to know him? Alright, it was probably just all Meekins' blood, no? Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Videotape? From the security camera. Oh. Let's go see this videotape. You waited until now to tell us this? Sorry, really sorry. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, I have my own. Alright. Let's go. Nope. Back to the police station. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. Hey, buddy. Hi, buddy. Are you sure this is all? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat... Was it coat peacocks? Coat pockets. I just can't get comfy today. I'm not comfy in my own skin today. If everything does turn up, you call me right away. Yeah, we'll scour the place again, sir. Looks a little flustered. Righto, my boy, how you been? Swim much? Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you shouting? Oh, saluting him. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, were they? You know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. No one suspects the Inquisition. Oh, remove this. Oh, that's trapped. There we go. Now it's free. That closer so it doesn't fall. Yeah, I did. Alleged he was undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I couldn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecution's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Ooh, anything to restore their reputation? I hope not forge more evidence. Sound right on, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. He has a twin. I'm calling it. Twin. Nah, not right. I can't give away all our secrets just like that. In this particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I was expecting much anyway. It's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. You mean the man in the back? Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here. Of course not. Well, except for this. You kept something? Sure, why not? This is not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st, but make a note of that just in case. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Hold on. Can I present that to him? I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Okay, so... Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help. We literally just met yesterday. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? You look mad. But suspicious. Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show you never know until you ask. I mean, that's true. As for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. Question, could they see who's scanned? Well, I guess they have the video, but like, could they see which card was used to scan to get in? Looks pretty cool by lapel, doesn't it? Just think, it's a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go to the evidence room now. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Do I go to the entrance? Yeah, we go to the entrance, and that's how we get to the guard station. Evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Ah, the card reader is turned off. What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's skin so gray? Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw. Just, yeehaw. much better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw. Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's away. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres. Then let me give you some num-nums. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. See. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. All right, Bambino, you win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like. He's willing to talk. All right, he's willing to talk. That's good. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of the security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Yeah. Sorry, I'm blocking you, Officer Meekins. That poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job. It's fair. So what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? There's something wrong with broccoli. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago? It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what, actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of those machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambino, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these security cameras. These are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus, the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card recorder. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Let's finish talking to him first. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? 2 years after case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Alright. It's related because this. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is... which matches your paperwork. Show us that ID card reader again. Yeah. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. 514, and then supposedly a minute later he got stabbed. Whoever's that second number... Wait, why'd they leave? What? They showed up at 450. Huh. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? I heard the key cat man. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Supposedly. Why would he point a knife at Officer Meekins? If he wasn't Officer Goodman, maybe he stole his card. I guess I can give you the ID card record. Alright. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. So we should be good now. Let me in. It's quiet. Investigation must be over here. There's a lot of stuff in this place. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. It's more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. I'm not trying to. Detective Gumshoe, can I show you a record thing? Oh my god. What happened? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Did she smack him? I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please do. I look like a selfish man. Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow 50 bucks? I'd give them 50 bucks, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone 50 bucks, even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you want to have this. Scene of the stabbing. Okay. Let me take a gander at that real quick. Okay. Just nice, simple floor plan. We like it. All right, let me see if I can present this to him. Did you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who come in here the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? The second number. It's not your ID, is it? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Okay, boop boop, Edgeworth. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Well, they were doing the transferal thing. Okay, but so whoever came after Edgeworth most likely murdered Bruce. That's what we're thinking. Alright, let's chit-chat our guy up. Sorry, we're talking about pecan versus pecan. I has the truth until dim din dins are ready. Hello, Lewis. Hekian. We are on still day 2 of investigating, but we made it into the evidence room. He's got a locker in here. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open. Only you can open. Alright, let's get the rest of the shitty chat. I'll always believe Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Maybe if I present him the piece of paper. Yeah, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. Why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Okay. Back to talking with him. Ooh, got more stuff. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card. Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles. On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are some even people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Indicator lights open up when it's open. Okay. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent. So it was a murder. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors? About forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So the switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Possibly? Time for examining. Oh, try again. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Shh, just being a little mean. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door? There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He'd been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security is high-tech around here. Pound cake toasted with butter.
Give it a bite. I took a bite. It's edible.
I mean, I love butter. It's good. Good choice.
You can eat it. Not eat it. I figured I'd try to make it something that you already know.
How can we eat it but not hate it? I like that.
I wasn't sure if you like pound cake or not, so I made it.
Right? I was like, it's sweet. It's got a sweet aftertaste.
Yeah, so what's that? Oh, for a flying red raven.
Yeah, I was like, I wanted those Hawaiian rolls so bad. I was like, mmm. And then they were like, pound cake. And I was like, what? Also, apparently the demand was so high that Grubhub shut down delivery for all restaurants. They're like, demand is high right now. We're turning it off. It was like 4 in the morning. I was like, what's going on? Rumi being a bestie boy once again. Toasted a pound cake and then put butter on it. It's pretty good. Rumi is the bestest boy. Is that our metal detector we used? That's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case of the gourd lake, remember? Alright, wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That sheep-looking box. You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Okay, well, let's slide on over. Okay, well, we got blood here. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint there. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. I will in a second. Let's finish investigating everything. This franchise does love having some Easter eggs to reference to other cases. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. It was apparently from The Case. The Case, SL9. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. Wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ah, good luck, pal. There's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh boy. Alright, puzzle time. Oh, hold on. I have a rotate option. I was trying to match the 3, but I guess that's not it. I don't know. This is... None of these look like 3s. I love how this case heats in new mechanics like it's nobody's business. Alright, let's try this one. Nope. There we go. Nope, because this is that. Because this is the top of a lid. My fingers are getting all confoozled. Which means this is the top of a lid. Nope, trying to turn you. Nope, you've had it. Guess I can't really see much from up here. Thanks, game. Nope. Silly. Put that back. And then... Is that a vase? Oh, we're missing a big old piece. Huh? I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Kind of understand how it got broken. Okay. Is somebody gonna have the missing piece and it's gonna be like, oh! Like, look, this one's open and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? Here you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Extremely thin rubber glove. Okay. What is a saw and a paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Don't mind me, I'm gonna be eating the rest of my pound cake. I've been muted this whole time. Oh my god. The mute button. 'Tis a dangerous tool. How long have I been muted for? Probably since I said I was going to eat my bread, and then I forgot to unmute after I ate my yummy bread. Well, makes you feel better. All I've been doing is saying what's been popping up. I haven't been talking about anything important. I looked because I heard a weed whacker outside, and I was like, oh, let's make sure it's not getting picked up by the mic. That's great. Really? Okay, just first things first. Let's present this. All right, I better check this now. As I was saying, was this a record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth, please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gamp, no less. Chief of Police. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? Would it have to be in the evidence? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. A116. victim. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again. I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. You okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. Gant? Nat? I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, I've never seen him this out of sorts. What is this? I've added the roles Hellborn and Battle Brother. Oh. Nice, 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 nice. Alright. Let's show him the card. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth, he just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Best evidence? Hold on. Best evidence. I feel like the records was like a pretty good thing. Ooh. I know we were just in court, but this? I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in? You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. Oh, was that the dad part or the other part? I figure I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Yeah, that tracks. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Alright, tell me, buddy. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Nant. Damon Gant? Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago, too, then? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is, why was the deputy chief of police on the investigations? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't. Dun dun dun. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. Prosecutor. God, I keep saying it wrong. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Is that a fingerprint kit? Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. Yeah. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me, are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and those fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprints recovered. Okay, so I guess we'll go back to the evidence room. Let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Yes. Yes. We have to go all the way back. And then we go to guard. Where is everybody? Alright. Ah, God, my nose. Kitty cat fur, it's flying everywhere. And the window's open, so it's just floof. Alright, suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Dun 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 dun. You want that one? I was thinking the other one. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I'm gonna honestly say the thumb. Looks pretty solid. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Yeah, looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Guess I better give it a try. Alright. Just all the dust. Right? And then... Aha, you did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. You mean this? And then I go. Doo, 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 doo. And I go. Pew! Maybe I need more? Maybe I need more. More dust! Dust like no tomorrow. Pretend you're fighting Uruks and you're dusting them out of existence. There we go, better. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. Sorry, we were watching the Ring of Power yesterday. I think we're on the last episode of season 1, because like season 2 came out. Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? The person who owns it. Can I? Nope. 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 This is his. He said it was his locker. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. We know this. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. We know it's him. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, right? Oh, I was tagged in an Instagram post. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Alright, let's slide. this is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? I see. I'm not in any of the photos. I'm just tagged in the post. Wait. I take that back. I am in there. Look at me go. Look at that meep run. That little dormouse in an Alice Wonderland music video. Look at him run. Right, there's a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? Yes. When is this coming out? Father Time Rabbit. Okay, but like when does this come out? Came back to this project, full-fledged film. Oh, it's now becoming a full-fledged film. Got it. Got it. Sounds like this music video was intense. But now it's gonna be a film. Awesome sauce. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Check for prints. Alright. But I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical remains. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Okay. I mean, I don't really, you know, they say that like when you touch the door. Yeah, let's go for that. Let's go for this. I'm tapping the enter. Enter to dust. Hold on, am I doing it wrong? Examine the faint next. Dust the screen. Choose Detective Gumshoe. Choose check for prints. Choose where the fourth finger should be. Oh, sneaky. I wasn't even thinking of that. I was thinking like, oh, Detective Gumshoe said that like when people touch, you know, because when you open the locker, you have to use your fingerprint to open it. So I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna see whose locker this is. But that was not what they were going for. They blow. And then more dust. Dust, 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 dust. Alright, so we got up swirl stabbing. Up swirl stabbing. Jake Marshall? Ooh, Rumi's live. Ooh. And it looks like the game that I supported on Kickstarter just sent me their key, and it's a spooky game. Oh, I know what we're playing next month, even though it's a risk, because it's fairly new. Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall. It must have been him he saw. Marshall's fingerprints out of the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints. Oh. Ow. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. Oh, excuse me. Oh, goodness. Well, why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation's finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Sorry, my brain just got supplied with laughing without moving your face, where you know you're just like like, you know, you just kind of have a stone face, but you're just like laughing hardcore. I'm a silly Billy today. Why can't I get comfy? Okay, that feels a bit better on the spine. 9:41 a.m. What an oddly distinctive time. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places. I think what Angel Star saw was her pulling the knife out of him. I think that's what she saw. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lena! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? I think I'm going to have to. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Damn. He was so cool. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. He's so cool. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Alright, well, let's try resume. Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer? What? You know, I never... Meekins. So you're telling us you're a professional... Oh, God, no. Meekins. Meekins, no. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone against... Oh, buddy. Let me just put on my jacket, because what? I'm what you would call the younger... What you would call part of the younger generation? Aha. Officer Meekins. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. After all, I'm part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm, right? He is enthusiastic. He is very enthusiastic. He's happy to do so. Alright. Assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Spot a suspicious man. Was trained to do. Suddenly attacked. Fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. You knocked me upside the head. Very well. Okay. We need more info, so we're gonna press on everything.
Hold it!
It's precious. Precious. Ooh, when he got there, okay. Press. Ooh. Huh? But the number shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. Okay. Hold on. Let me check something. But who's the top one then? Maybe they waited a whole hour? Did he pull a knife on you, or was he holding the evidence? Swung his arms around like an octopus. What exactly did you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. A man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Kitty cat fur? His white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face. After that, I passed out. Okay, so you didn't stab him. About what time? No offense, but how am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. So proud of you, buddy. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Nat delivered it to me just this morning. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. I'm the only thing I'm really good at. Oh, it's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? I don't know. Wow, that is a horrible camera angle. If only the Blue Badger could talk. You know what? That might be Chief Nat. Oh boy. this. Oh. That wasn't there at the beginning. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? It's the Blue Badger. That's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger. Why am I not surprised this isn't going as smoothly? Yes, well anyway, this videotape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? I don't have the energy to be like, yes, sir, officer. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman. I mean, he opened the locker which required his fingerprint. The locker he opened is unquestionably his locker, so it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each lock can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Alright, let's press and maybe it'll give us something to work with. Because the thing is, if he opened up the first locker, how did he open the second locker? You know? Hold it! Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? You must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face. I believe he would be classified as the latter. But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them. Buddy. Oh, the anxiety. Alright. Hold it! Breath on him. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen. Okay, same thing. That label of stairs is disturbing. Oh, similar, same thing, different. The beginning was the same dialogue, but then they changed it. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim that the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him. Hold it! About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints. What kind of methods he tried? If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. And this too. Hold it! How do you know it's his? How do you know that information? I've heard rumors from people in the know. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. Hold it! However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. If I may say something, please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in the case. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body. My own settled state can testify enough to this. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with security? Yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction. You would want me to point it out? Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. It's the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. I'll set it up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction? Hold on. There's no thing here. Hold on. Oh, I can't save. No, can't present yet. Okay. Wait. The light's already on. The light's already on.
Take that!
The thing that's strange about the video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me? Yeah. Light turns on, the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It's already unlocked. And then a shirt appears. So, like, did he take his... He probably took his jacket off because there was blood on it. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. It's already on. Notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Lit. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. I love his little chicken burger sound. It's great. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker's lock are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. I guess I would go to the... Nope, still not there. Hold on. Is he wearing a glove? Sneaky. Where's my key? A glove. But then, so it is Jake Marshall then, because that might, well, the fingerprints are there, but like, who owns that locker? I want to know who owns that locker. Right, because there's nothing there, and then we see something sticking out. So whoever owns that locker, I believe, is our guy. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. The things fall out when doors are opened. Often fall out at great distances. I didn't click! Alright. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? Sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. Question. It's been a minute, we're gonna save. We've done a lot of chit-chatting, so let's just save to be sure. I don't want to skip. I'm just wondering if it could play by itself, you know? What if someone was instead inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Explain why it's already open. Drinking my caffeine. I think I finally got this figured out. Yeah, let me show the glove. This glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. We can't be sure that wasn't the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Order! So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you mean that, sir? Is this a joke? Oh, by the way, the TwitchCon app is out, so if you're going, make sure to download it. Very well, begin your testimony. Alright, there's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. One must use their ID card. There's a record of it. At the time, the detective had to use this card. ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. It does say Bruce Goodman. But here's the thing, we found his card. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There's one other thing that proves to enter the evidence, one must use their ID card. Am I crazy for thinking I should show this? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? 5 and then he erases the 9? Wait, is his number not? The 9. Yeah, I hadn't checked it until now. Oh, I should probably check this. Ooh. Tag says A116. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. Makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, I was like, I have not been looking. Okay. Just seeing.
Objection!
Right? Because like, wasn't he filling this up? Wait one moment. I'm not good at waiting. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card. I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Excuse me, I got the burpees. Alright, so what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing, doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Alright, does this prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. I feel a sneeze brewing. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Well, I guess that's right. There's something wrong, Mr. Wright. Or only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Well, it seems you finally realize exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. I mean, I see a knife. At the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. Oh, I see what he's doing. You son of a... The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Welcome back, Lucas. I know that testimony was too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor, Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana. We're gonna object. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this? Object!
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. You're not gonna believe this. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. No, of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. But it showed something similar. Right, he's all like, oh. gosh darn videotape. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witness for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? It is my boy, Jake. Take that! Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Clap, 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 clap. It's cold, but it's hot at the same time. This makes no sense. I'm gonna just do something real quick. Court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Let's see if I can do this. There we go. Sorry. Had to change real quick. I was like, let me just do that just in case, because these tights are too tight. So now we're in some shorts. Alright, there's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. Lana, you're not helping this case. I'm trying to help you, man. Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Be fun if she was like, no. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Make a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it, off you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Oh my god, okay. So, have you brought what I asked? As I try to get comfy in this uncomfortable chair again. Am I too little? No, I'm fine. You mean this? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? Yes, the SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I got 20 minutes, I better start reading. Can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killings, solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what, now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Nat, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Or you could just give me cliff notes. Real quick. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. It's a huge stack. Oh boy. Alright, time to save. Alright, we're doing okay. We have less than an hour. We're making some time. We're on day 3. Usually around day 3 we wrap it up. I don't think we'll finish in less than 50 minutes, but yeah. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Time to do some file reading, right? Like before we get too into it, bro. Hold on. Before we get too into it, let me read. Close. Okay, perpetrator, Joe Dark, crime, serial killer, sentence, death. Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. That's a lot of people. Head prosecutor, Miles. Witness. They were witnesses? Okay. Investigation task force, executive investigators. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Who was the fourth guy, though? Because in that little flashback, it showed a fourth person. Interesting. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization, occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. Yeah, it was like, it's impossible. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner? What do you mean? The desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony the day of the crime. In plain old English. Not yeehaw. Yeehaw juice. Alright, my job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. No, you weren't. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Sorry, sir, I don't speak yeehaw. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Dun dun. Alright, where's that? I wasn't here. Your fingerprints, your bloody fingerprints are there. Detected. Alright, present. Yeah. Objection! Explain this then. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen, Real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. Once a month? He's supposed to check it every three times a day, and he checks it once a month? Oh my god.
Objection!
Marshall. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. The luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. I feel like that's like the biggest tell ever. Just to be like, why? Alright, like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. How do you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Because we didn't deduce that. Me and Emma deduced that. We didn't deduce that in court. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Ooh. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's high on something, I can feel it. I'm gonna just press him on all the things. Alright, like I said, it's only natural. You show up once a month. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint locker all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. Just happened. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Was it mine? It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It's just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints were by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. What is he talking about? Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How did you know he was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, how did he know? It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? I don't. Picture. This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. So the what reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, right? Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. I think it was. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots, places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Yeah, the shirt. The shirt. Want me to point it out? Oh, you better watch out, buddy. I'm gonna get ya. All right, what is it? Was it fast forward? Meow. Really fighting. Yeah, how did he get past? We don't ever see him cross. Wrong button. Take that! Explain this. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. You're not even from there. And the days aren't even that short. The sun sets at like 8 or 9 over here now. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? Yeah, buddy. What? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? He doesn't know. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Where's... Yes. Take that! A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. Yeah, it's like people don't even know about it. Oh boy. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What's he chewing on? Jerky? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No. I like the dramatic poncho flair. Order! Order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Right here.
Take that!
Officer Marshall's standing right here. There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. No. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. It is a clever crime. You know, if he's always dressed up as a cowboy, you know, you see, you know, someone else's very distinct style, you're like, oh yeah, that's so-and-so. That's totally not Marshall. Marshall wears cowboy hats. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he knew for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID, and then pulled a knife on him. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man was a Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Yeah, I was like, the megaphones that Meekins had, it's like, please, stop. But, you know, he's got his thing. Do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Hold on, I think I got away. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Are you gonna help me again, Edgeworth? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Am I gonna hear Mia? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered later, as it has been. Don't worry, Marshall, I can handle your the desert heat. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason, to hide the coat. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our answered questions. I don't have any evidence that the video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the white locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Fast forward. I need that blood. Nope, not yet. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him, because, you know, why not? However, Officer Meekins panicked. Rightfully so, you pulled a knife on him. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the code in your locker. Not bad, partner. Okay, still good on time. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. All right. I was like waiting for music. Oh, I gotta go do a human thing. I'll be right back. I'm back from human thing. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Oh, that's right, because their case was going to be closed forever. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. It was just Officer Meekins and all his blood. So the supposed victim was really you. But then there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay. Alright, let's press him on everything. When you say it, you mean SL9. Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident? 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. The incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole his ID. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Detective Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated a lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he couldn't. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I just knocked him out. With a pot? And pulled a knife on him and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape was erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby, because I knocked him out. So what you're saying is, on that day, there was any murder in the evidence room. But the blood found in the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. Yet you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor, as I get comfy. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether to or not answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SLI incident. You know why? Hold it! Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Drake was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Drake case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is? I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Okay, so now it's give him files. Okay, present. Then your big old stack, let me just check again. Victims, trial data, investigation task force. Okay. Present. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Too much cactus juice. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Oh, I didn't even catch that. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the king of prosecutors. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. Wait. He was working on the serial killing and then ended up becoming serial killed? That's right, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? Brother? He was my brother. Was he also a Cowboy fan? He was investigating the murders with Damon Grant, the deputy chief of police. That's the fourth person. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. What? Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. And then met Meekins. Rendered him unconscious and he fled. Yet this mystery has this mystery's been finally cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Or did it? In their parking lot. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecution's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance. It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecution's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Single word or less? I rest my case. You can say what you want about Jake, but that man is determined and cares about truth, right? It seems that this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. I'm gonna object if I can. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, time for the verdicts to arrive. This court finds the defendant... Hold on. Let's go, Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Or, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Drake killings. Now that she mentions it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file, but that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney who's about to lose this case. But Mr. Wright, these traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Wasn't the badger in front of it? Could there be something I'm missing? I object.
Objection!
The badger was in front of it, wasn't he? He's freaking huge. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yeah. The blue badger. Will completely change the meaning of the blue blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Bam.
Take that!
Yeah. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger. Mascot of the police force. Defender of truth. Guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Yeah, buddy. That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker. Not impossible, just awkward. What? Yeah, buddy. Doesn't do good for you, is it? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched blanderdash in my courtroom. At the very least, it would be impossible without the camera seeing your head. Right, like, it would be impossible. Unless they, like, laid on the floor and they were, like, stretched somehow and went, boop. May sound far-fetched, Your Honor. Oh, come on. But it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by a security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. This is why you do blood tests. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that it proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior Prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, this is so many names, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. Ooh, the wind is a-blowing. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence, the IDs. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? The IDs. Ooh, it's probably easier to go the other way. Take that! If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. ID card? Oh! The ID card record. Yeah. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel of the evidence room at... let's see, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah! Let's go with 4:20. Ah! Oh no. So many people. So many evidence. So many questions left unanswered. Just what did you have done, Miles? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Oh no, this is not what I meant. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. Couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible, but the 720, all the sevens. This case is so huge, it's basically almost an entire game itself, right? Like, there's so much going on. That would mean that Nina's been talking for so many hours, because long games are long. The crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Who is this number? There's only one other card number remaining. Talk about a lucky number. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. 77. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher, someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority if an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. It's not defamation if it's facts. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Hana.
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved foraging evidence. Gasp, gasp, gasps all around. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No. What's in her hand? Looks like she's holding. Lana's remarks caused such a stir that chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of it would have to wait until the following day. Damn. Are we on time? We got like a smidge. We got a smidge of time. I just want to see where we end up at least. Okay. February. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Yeah, she just caused the biggest uproar. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Aww. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Question though. If I feel like a guy trying to stab you to death would be like, yeah, he's totally a killer, arrest him. But I guess they had to like link him to maybe the other killings, maybe? It happened 2 years ago. It was right after about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office, Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. Ooh, that's terrifying. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Drake stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. When I was attacked, I can't talk. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. Wait, I'm pretty sure they would have been fine without the fake evidence. Honestly, in this universe, it don't matter. 1 times death penalty or 6 times death penalty, you're getting the killer to die either way. I know, I'm just like wondering, like, I'm imagining a normal court system, right? Where it's like, oh, I was just waiting around and some dude came in with a knife and screamed at me and then lunged at me, tried to stab me a bunch. I'm dodging him. I'm fighting for my life. And then my sister's coworker comes in and he's like, oh, no, you don't. And he starts fighting him. They're wrestling, thunderstorm, and then he stabs him. I feel like that's good evidence as a witness, but I guess not. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Bruh. Drake knocked out Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Okay, see, she's what, 17? Okay, so she's like 15. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. See, she is 16 right now. She's 16 right now. It's okay. Well, he's dead, so you got nothing to worry about. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I finally started to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. I think we saw that in the files. Assuming the witness testifies, yes, that'd be enough evidence plus a weapon to convict the suspect. I mean, yeah. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Okay. And then I imagine we go to detention center and then we can stop here. Yep. We're gonna stop here. Dun 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 dun, Lana. Dun 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 dun. Of course I stop, but there's no music. My bad. Alright, you lovely humans. We're gonna call it a day, and I will see you Friday or tomorrow if I'm feeling sneaky. And thanks for watching. Suzu's Mousy. Bye-bye.